Where is Charles Lee?
Yo guys, and welcome back. Ava Morrow. Welcome dude. And congrats on claiming the first. I think that's your first time doing that, isn't it? But yeah, how's it going, dude? And you redeemed Charlestown outfit. Perfect. Let's go ahead and change that. Ah, excellent stuff, dude.
Tight, yeah!
Krug.
T-Base, dude. Thank you so much. Of a 2-month resub at T1. Thank you for doing that. And how's it going? How are things? I hope you're well. And yeah, Moro, that's awesome. Will you be playing Origins or Valhalla today? That's good to hear, T-Base. I'm glad you're doing well. And yeah, I'm doing quite good as well. Definitely having a good day so far. This dark blue outfit has leather accents and was crafted by a Charlestown tailor. Charles. Valhalla. Very nice. Yeah, dude, Valhalla. Such good fun. Kinda go playing the game as female Eivor. It's a bit different, like voice acting wise. But overall, I would say I would actually prefer male Eivor. I think he has like more variety in his voice. But yeah, anyways, I think I wanna start with some naval stuff today. Because we haven't done a lot of these missions. We have Rescue. Rendezvous with Amanda Nantucket and find out what she knows about Nicholas Biddle. Yeah, they did make it clear which is canon.
Do you trust her?
With my life, Captain.
But I'm not sure if I wanna tell you because it's technically something you find out in the game.
Hello,
But
name's Amanda. You must be the captain.
Now, what's all this about then?
Yeah.
You stride into my bar off the piss and looking for officers. Days later, I start hearing whispers the ghost of the North Seas stalks the Atlantic again. The Aquila has returned and I need her help. Nicholas Biddle now sails for the Patriots, captaining the Randolph. But the man is raiding up and down the coast round Nantucket, claiming it's a loyalist post.
Where is he now?
Speak of the devil.
Head below deck, Mandy. It's safer there.
I want to see this myself.
Yeah, so basically you could have already found it out, I guess. Because, basically if you choose the Let the Animus Decide, right, it will basically go into canon mode. And, that basically gives you the indication for why you have a choice. But I don't really want to talk too in depth about it because, yeah, I would rather want that you find it out yourself, I guess. Which is canon and why. But yeah, if you choose the option for gender to Let the Animus Decide, it will give you kind of a canon gender representation.
The Randolph is attacking
Yeah.
a merchant vessel not far from here.
Your orders.
I mean, the issue with Odyssey is also that it's not like the same person, right? With like different genders. It's like Lexius and Cassandra, two siblings that are like totally different. Or should be different, I guess, from each other. But then you get the choice to not, play different genders, but also different characters, essentially. It's kind of like very irritating. Eivor is still Eivor.
We need to find out what Biddle intends, but we must hurry. What else do you know of Biddle?
All of a sudden, Congress has a brand new ship for him to captain. From British coxswain to captain of a colonial flagship, something doesn't add up. Heavy gusts, Captain! Hard counter! That wind will push us hard up those rocks! Veer off! There's a storm coming, Captain. Feels like a big one.
So I think in the Darby McDevitt interview recently, where he talked about it, I could be wrong, but I think the initial intent was to go for a male Eivor, or male character rather, probably with a different name. And explain the choice to a female character because of Layla accessing the Animus. Kind of like how Desmond's face is like projected on Altair in AC1. The same way they would have had Layla being projected on the character of the protagonist.
Another, Captain! She's all yours!
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can kind of like explain it, in a way of like, okay, basically what I just said, you know, what Darby's idea was. It would be like a logical explanation within the logic of a lore. But if you do it like Odyssey, it's just like contradicting, and yeah. But personally, I would prefer to like have like a build-out character, and don't really care about, you know, choosing, because the intent of the Animus was to kind of like relive history the way it actually happened. It was about like synchronizing with the ancestor as much as possible. So yeah.
The Randolph has turned sail. Do we chase him?
We cannot leave this merchant vessel to the mercy of the English.
Why is Biddle doing this? Nantucket is for the Patriots.
The company he keeps tells me his true allegiance lies elsewhere.
Don't fire on the merchant boat! We need to take the focus she can't take anymore! Captain! A salute to us, sir. They're safe. What now?
Pursue the Randolph.
So have a levy. Welcome and good day to you. How's it going? How are things? Are you dead, Morrow? Yeah, not doing too shabby, Levy. I'm gonna be watching the final episode of Season 1 of Peaky Blinders tonight. So I'm very excited for that.
Who are they?
More English by the cut of their jibs.
Where's the Randolph?
He's gone, sir. Cut and run. Left us to deal with this rabble. But this storm concerns me a great deal more.
We have little choice.
Aye. Tiny shots between the waves, sir. Then we must find shelter, or it won't be cannon fire that ends us.
Ah, very nice, Levy. So the usual Saturday ritual.
I'd say it's high time we find some cover from this storm, Captain.
I agree, Mr. Faulkner. We make for the vineyard. I have never seen weather like that.
Guess you gotta have relaxing and productive days.
Did well. What's bothering me is Biddle's a patriot now. Why is he helping the British Navy like that? Old friends, maybe?
Well, how would you convince the Continental Congress the Navy needs more ships?
The rash of British raiding the coast is reason enough to address the gripe. Gunboats at the vineyard, now this.
Biddle aims to be the first admiral of the Colonial Navy and is making a case for the need.
That was some deft sailing, Captain. I was watching from the gun deck.
What were you doing on the gun deck? I told you to stay out of harm's way.
I'm fine, Bobby, not to worry. The people of Nantucket are surely grateful. And so am I. Glad you're back.
That ass clap. And yeah, that's definitely fair moral. More than deserved a break. Oh, you did Levy? Yeah, not a big fan of talking on the phone either. Especially if it's like, you know, strangers that you haven't spoken to before. So we could buy each shot of a piercing round and naval ram. I think I'd rather get this. This upgrade allows your swivel guns to use better ammunition. With its improved profile, this ammunition moves faster and causes more damage when it hits. The naval ram. A reinforced piece of metal is fitted at the front of the hull to increase the damage caused when ramming other ships. There we go. Alright, I think I wanna start securing the trading routes. So let's go for this one. Henderson in distress. Defend the Henderson against British privateers. So Letty, will you be trying more AC1 today? Why are you like scared of your PC crashing? Also have a meme overlord. Welcome, how's it going? Yeah, sounds good, Levy. I'm very excited to hear what you think about the game. What you like advance, past the first assassinations. Paving the way. Find out what's happening near the lighthouse. Well, the good thing is AC1 isn't too long of a game, but you can beat it in under 10 hours. So, yeah. Shouldn't take too long. Alright, let's see if we can ram more ships. Can't escape us. I mean, he has to turn at some point. Otherwise he's gonna hit the coast. Oh shit. No way. I was so obsessed trying to ram that dude. He actually killed me. Basically every time he hit me, he like slowed us down. Because I didn't have enough speed at the end there. Was damn close for. Right, that's better. I mean, we don't even have to get full sync right, but I don't know, I kind of want to attempt, you know, at least going for it if I can. I'm not going to like replay missions to get full sync, but my intent is still trying to get it, I guess. Right, let's do Dread of Night. J-Storm, the notorious privateer ship, the St. James. I think we're gonna do this and then we're gonna do some side stuff, like other side stuff. Yeah, no worries, Moro. Right, let's go to the frontier. I wanna go up there. Then kind of do like some of the hunting missions we have available, I think. There's still a couple things we can do on the frontier. We can also collect the feathers for the Kani and Kahaka outfit. So yeah, let's go up here, I think. The lean feet.
You look like a man up for a challenge. There's a bobcat round these parts, wily as they come. I've lost count of them who tried to get him on account of his pelt. Pretty near perfect. You got that? You'd make a mint, not to mention something of a reputation.
Ja, man. Ja, man.
Unique Bobcat tracks found. There it is. Oh. Didn't got it. I think I had to shoot it like immediately.
Ja, man.
Finding the Sasquatch. Alright. Let's do that. Unusual footprint found.
Hello. You're the chap that was down the hill, yes? Welcome. Care for a leg of venison? Maybe a hen? I have some lovely wine if you like. A Bordeaux.
No, thank you. Who are you and what is this place?
I'm just a man and this is my home. Doesn't look like much from the outside, but that's sort of the point. Not much of a people person.
The locals think you are a demon of some sort.
Is that what they're saying now? Probably frustrated on account of my naughty little habit. I take things. I know it's wrong, I do, but I just can't help myself. Thing is, I like my privacy. If I gave you some coin, might you keep my home a secret? I've been much obliged.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, maybe he knows. The Sasquatch. So, just a regular dude. Connor, I found the beast Boone spoke of, covered in fur head to toe. Whereas the tales of his wits and bent for the theft are true, most of him being a monster are not. He's just a man who chooses to live in solitude. As for the missing property, I might suggest being more careful. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's hiding like inside this cave. Also, we have a letter to Abel Owens. It has been a turn since we last tipped our tankards together, and it will likely be a spell longer as I am in hiding off the coast of Massachusetts. I doubt this hour has ever been graced with a name. The king's men are breathing down my nape and quarters are too close for comfort. What you will find in this package is a screw of the greatest value to me. Something that I hold dear above all the plunder and jewels that I have scattered about the globe. Something that must remain secret, and as such I must order you not to open it or read it. Carry it with you at all times, and protect it and what lies inside with your life until I find you. It's taken me longer than I anticipated to rid myself of those who stalk me, but you know as well as I, it is only a matter of time before I shake them for good. Be very and wise, Captain William Kidd. Alright, let's try this feline hunt again. And this time we just have to shoot it immediately, I think. Yeah, sounds good, Levi. I hope you enjoyed time with AC1. And I talk to you later. I just want to shoot it. Don't get in range. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like if you don't shoot it immediately, it would definitely escape. Save Muradman. Welcome, dude. And how's it going? I got some more. Yeah, Latin. I used to do that until the 10th grade. Because there was a time where I could actually not have it anymore. So I decided to do like other classes instead. To be honest, I was kind of interested in Latin. I just really sucked at the language. But I thought like the historical backgrounds and like stories were quite interesting.
Ja, man.
Yeah, where I went to school, we had like the choice between French and Latin. And I don't know, I was like more interested in like the time periods that Latin appeared in. Kind of like being a historic language, I guess. So I went for that. But yeah, definitely wasn't the best. I think mainly because I just wasn't eager enough to study like the words and stuff. But yeah, how do you like it, Wardnon? There we go. Got it.
Yeah!
I'm usually not giving any tips in AC because I've never played it, but occasionally if you keep your health above 0 and bring the enemy's health to 0 you don't die. Just wanted to let you know that.
Denimoda, thank you so much for that 14-month Prime Gaming resub. Thank you so much for doing that and for the life-changing game tip. I'm sure we'll do a much better job surviving in the game now. But yeah, how's it going, dude? How are things? Yeah, those are the type of tips that actually count, you know? It's good to hear, Denimoda. I'm glad you're doing good. And yeah, it's been going well. I played a retro game recently called Red Dead Revolver. It's the first of the Red Dead series. And yeah, it's been quite funny. It's also a bit frustrating at times, but it's kind of interesting playing like such a retro game that you haven't played before, like ever. You getting annoyed with your beard? That sucks, dude. I love my beard. But I can also understand how it would be nice to kind of have like, you know, clean, shaven face. Ah, I see. Yeah, I can see how that's annoying. I usually keep it pretty short myself. Ah, I got you, Denimoda. Yeah, don't worry about that. I wish you best of luck with your finals, and hope that's going well.
Another hunter came through a few days ago, telling a story I've heard before. 15-point buck that's impervious to musket shot. They hit him every time, but every time the big fella just gets right back up. I reckon a blade to his throat would do the job, but he's hard to get close to.
Yeah, maybe we can try another 101 by then, Denimoda. And you can show me how it's done once more. A haunted lighthouse.
I'd been out in the pucker brush for 6 weeks. Game was scarce in the area, and my belly needed filling, so I broke for the coast and some crab or lobster from the tide pools. That's when I saw it. A lighthouse said to have been abandoned years ago, but there it was, fires a-burning. Then the sound happened. A moaning in the wind. My heart crept up my throat so high I could taste it. Just then, a 10-point buck startled, and I took after it. Got the buck, but never went back to that lighthouse. Spirits in there, I wager, and I'd challenge any man to set foot inside.
Okay, how about we get the viewpoint right there? Yeah, that's no voice at all, Denimura. I hope you have a great weekend as well. Thank you so much for coming by and dropping the sub as well. And yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Kinda nice, this game actually has a map for you for the feathers. Because, you know, looking back in AC2 you didn't have the exact locations marked. But you could actually go into the database and have a look there, you know, which region have feathers left, essentially. But overall, I think it's better to have like a map, you know, it just isn't too much of a hassle this way. So we have found another fort. Very nice. Can I go up here? Not like this.
Where is Charles Lee?
Hey, Verhoop. Welcome, dude. Yeah, trying to find that out today.
Ja, man.
Chris. Okay. It's like a imitation. Let's go for poison dart, I think. time. I don't want to go to battle. Never mind. Excellent stuff. I think that's the last fort for the frontier, actually. Right, so other than that, we have a hunting society mission up there. However, I think we're gonna come back to Frontier to kind of like pick up on all the rest of the side stuff there. Don't want to do everything like one go, at least currently. So yeah, I think it's time we make our way to New York. Well, to be honest, we could go to Boston first, see if there's like any discussions with the assassins, like dialogues and stuff. Okay, none here. The other location is down there.
If your joints excruciate, ears sanguinate, you have but one new and miraculous assignment to turn to. Montgomery's Pure Pipe and Exit.
Alright, and here we also have another assassin, but we have also talked to this dude. So the last location for the assassin is down there. Oh, we actually do have a discussion what dialogue we can do here.
You do not partake?
No, sir. I need to stay sharp in case you call upon my rifle. Spirits do me in right quick. Drank half a flask of rum out in the bush with my brothers a few years back. I went for a run in the buff before I found myself rolling around in deer scat being sick all over. I don't want to go there again. No, thank you.
Smart choice, given the circumstances.
I want to fight like you someday.
You have everything it takes to be a great assassin.
And that means something coming from you.
Where is Charles Lee?
Hey there, Eric. Welcome, mate. And yeah, indeed, that is the question for today. I have a feeling we're gonna see him at least once. But yeah, good morning to you, dude. I hope you're having a good one so far. You slept in? Well, that's good. Good to get lots of sleep, dude. At least I hope it's good. Crawling out of bed now. I got you. Well, definitely hope you have a good start in the day, Eric. I reckon a bit of coffee always helps.
Where did you learn to shoot like you do?
Ranging with my dad and brothers in Virginia country. My family's been surveying and prospecting out there since my grandpappy.
How did you end up here?
I'm the youngest of 4 brothers. I was always gonna be a runner-up with them, so I set off alone to do my own business. Out west of Ohio's territory that no man of the colonies ever trodden. I figured I could find contracts out of New York. Then the war started.
And you sided with the Patriots?
Not really. My family's for the king. I just don't like seeing boys forced to fight against their will is all. But I know that I want to be free. For all to be free. If that means I'm a patriot, I guess I am.
You are an assassin. Nothing else.
That I am. I'm proud of it.
Yeah, that sounds good, Eric. Right, I guess it's some of the discussions with the assassins. Which means we can send them now on contracts. Let's have a look. So we have Quebec under assassin control, as well as New Hampshire. We also have Rhode Island. And next up we've been working on South Carolina, which we also have taken control of. And we have Georgia. Frederica naval action. Royal Navy has been sighted off the coast of Georgia. Take the Aquila and rally the Patriot galleys in the area. Capture as many British ships as possible. That's a job for Clipper, I think. And then we can decide which region to go for next, I guess. Maybe... I think I might go for North Carolina. We have Moose Creek. An inexperienced battalion of North Carolina militiamen are set to stand against a large force of British regulars. Some clever tactics would help to push the encounter in favor of the Patriots, something the Templars do not want. Duncan can do that? Actually, never mind. We need Stefan, Duncan. Yeah, you guys do that. But yeah, I reckon it's time we actually go to New York. Make our way there. And in New York there may be somebody we're looking for. Maybe. There we go. Off to New York. So I may be muted for a couple minutes every now and then. Of course my sister's using the vacuum cleaner. But yeah, I'm still here. And I only mute myself whenever it's getting like, you know, really loud. What? Desynchronized by going 10 meters away? Okay, never mind. However, Stefan and Duncan have been successful. Let's go for the next mission. Confusion at Ramsur's Mill. Two militias are set to clash in Ramsur's Mill, North Carolina. Either side has been ordered by Patriot or British command. Brothers, neighbors, and friends will kill each other in the name of liberty. Get there immediately and convince one of the sides to retreat and minimize needless casualties. Osava Rod, welcome Sunny. And how's it going, mate? How's the evening?
So what is your stake in all this?
Same as yours. Peace, stability. A land in which all might live side by side. Free and equal.
Why not join the Brotherhood then?
My father was an assassin. Quite good at his job too, as I understand it. But I hope to have children someday. It's hard to live in two worlds at the same time. So I chose to live in one.
I understand.
I still contribute as I can. It's why we're here now.
Ah, that's right, Rod. I totally didn't realize. Thanks again for you know, pointing that out. That's good to see. Good to hear that you're doing good, Rod. Yeah, AC3 is going well so far. Did some naval stuff. Done some hunting quests in the frontier. And yeah, we just got into New York.
What can you tell me of Thomas Hickey?
He has been running a counterfeiting ring in the city.
So getting in, the introduction for that city. We have an update for Thomas Hickey. Hickey resurfaces during the rebel occupation of New York in 1776. He became a member of George Washington's personal bodyguard, commonly known among the soldiers as the Life Guard. I would imagine it took some pretty clever political maneuvering to get him there, given his record. I've seen some suggestions that he was a well-respected member of the Connecticut militia, but I can't find a service record for him there, and I have my doubts Hickey could ever have been described as well-respected. In any case, Hickey immediately betrayed his commission by planning to assassinate Washington. Maybe Thomas Hickey stood for that hooligan. Or T.A. Trevor.
Locate the source of his operation, and we can have him arrested. He cannot harm the commander if he is in prison.
Do you know where he is?
Not exactly, but I have an idea where we can begin the search.
Ah, you did, Rod? Yeah, I guess the voice kind of sounded familiar, but I didn't realize. It was an AC3 before.
There are rumors of bad bills being circulated here. No doubt they come from Thomas.
What are you up to? This isn't money. It's colored paper. You've cheated me for the last time. God!
Thomas Hickey. Yeah, it's kind of funny that you can't really understand it, but I guess it's kind of the intention, you know, to kind of like not distract you from like actual dialogue that may be happening. But yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, that they do it to kind of like sound like they're discussing something, but you can't actually make it out. Welcome back, Morrow.
Oh, Daniel, let's put them bills away. The guards is onto us.
How? What happened? Damn shopkeep caught me out. Brought the guards, but I gave him the slip.
Boss is gonna be mad.
Not so mad as if I'd gotten caught. Besides, we've got most everything we need for the job now anyway.
Best go tell him. I'll warn the others.
Nice. Stefan was successful again. So we have another mission in North Carolina. Prisoner of Cane Creek. David Fanning and Hector McNeil have captured Governor Book and are marching him to Cornwalls. We have reason to believe McNeil bears a red cross. It must be stopped. The Buttonwood Agreement is a precursor to the New York Stock Exchange. It was signed in 1792 under a buttonwood tree on the Wall Street, hence the name. Lucky it wasn't a monkey passer tree, that would not be a dignified name at all. The agreement itself is fairly simple. 24 local merchants agreed that they would trade only with one another, and that they would take a 0.25% commission on whatever they traded. And in case you're thinking 1792 is too early for there to be stocks to trade, it wasn't. The first war bonds were released by Alexander Hamilton in 1790, 2 years before, so you're wrong. And should probably keep your opinions to yourself. Okay, Sean. We also have the Carper Ring. This was a network of rebel spies operating in New York and Connecticut from 1778 until the end of the American Revolution. The group was founded after British forces left Philadelphia and re-established their headquarters in New York City. Washington knew that he needed people on the inside. I've always wanted to use that phrase, and between you and me, I also got quite a kick out of rebel spies to report on British troops' movement. He asked his newly appointed head of intelligence, Benjamin Talmadge, to find some spies, which Talmadge did. Talmadge needed people he could trust absolutely, so he began by recruiting his childhood friends. Nothing says friendship quite like offering someone a job that involves risking their life, right? The name Carper Ring is taken from Samuel Carper Sr. and Samuel Carper Jr., the code names of two of Ring's main informants. I don't know who they were, but I imagine one was slightly older than the other. The group's biggest accomplishment was probably informing Washington of a plan to take on the French forces in Rhode Island in 1780. They're also credited with uncovering Benedict Arnold's betrayal of West Point, though the evidence for that is sketchier. In any case, the Ring delivered secret messages for years, with none of its members ever being captured, with one possible exception, a woman referred to as 355, whose real identity and fate isn't known. The group is credited for being the most effective intelligence operation in the war, on either side. I can't know how much it pains me to write that. It took ages. Right. I like how Sean likes to kind of like complain about, you know, having to write the database, because if you think about it, it's a whole lot of work and research. Hey there, Ethan. You love tailing missions. I don't know, I feel like they can be interesting.
Boss wants everyone back at the shop.
And I feel like they definitely have a part in the series. You know, given that observing is like one of the things that assassins do and investigating. But yeah, I kinda had the feeling you weren't entirely serious. But I still think that they definitely have a part in the series.
Bunch of troublemakers looking to upset the apple cart. There's some fool filled their heads with rubbish, ruining it for the rest of us. Good folk. Really?
Wait.
Heard what happened at the market. Boss wants everyone back at the shop.
Says we strike tonight. Be worried about that business with the guards. I'm telling you, it's nothing. Haven't had a spot of trouble since I slipped away. Of course, I'm taking care to keep my distance.
Can't believe we're really gonna do this.
We'll be heroes. The ones who ended all this talk of revolution. They'll set us up like kings, they will. Revolution? Bunch of troublemakers looking to upset the apple cart. There's some fool filled their heads with rubbish, ruining it for the rest of us good folk.
Good folk? Really?
Of course. You and me and Hickey. Just some hard luck lads trying to survive in this cold, cruel world.
You hate this mission? Yeah, I mean, the tricky thing is kind of how close you have to be to the dudes. Because cover opportunities aren't always like further away, I guess.
What's this? Thomas Hickey? Might be. What's it to you? Ain't supposed to be none of your kind left. Suppose I best be rectifying that then. Get him!
Yeah, dude. I mean, sometimes you can desync so easily as well, right? Like when I got to New York,
There's another one! Grab
I went 10 meters away from where I started the mission and I got desynced for going out of the radius. Oh, Jesus Christ, Connor. This way? Yeah, I mean, this run isn't about going full sync, so I don't really care that much about getting all of them. But yeah, it can be tricky, especially when Hickey throws like money, so like creating crowds for you to dodge.
Any closer and I'll cut ya! I mean it!
Jesus, Connor.
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Yeah.
Be still. you will do no more harm.
You're a right fool meddling in affairs you know nothing about.
Washington's the only thing keeping the Continental Army together. You kill him, you end all hope for freedom.
Wrong, boyo. With him gone, they'll have no choice but to promote Lee, and then...
You are both under arrest!
Oh, well, we were just having a scrap, officer. Ain't nothing wrong with two men settling their differences the old-fashioned way. Can't we come to a...
Quiet! What are the charges?
Counterfeiting!
I had nothing to do with that.
Course not!
Listen, there are more important things at stake here. This man is planning to...
Rip. Want somebody to be committed to you like Connor's committed to getting Charles Lee. Yeah. That's a true commitment.
You miss me, sweetheart. What? Nothing to say? If you are here, then Washington is safe. True. Thing is, I believe I've just been pardoned. Thank you kindly for the rescue, gents.
There can be no further mistakes, Thomas. Am I understood?
What about the assassin? Yeah, he's here. They put him in a cell right next to mine. Guess we didn't get them all, eh?
Deal with this, Charles.
At once, sir.
What are we gonna do?
You're that boy from the Continental Congress. Adams's little lapdog. I think I have an idea. Yes. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Do tell.
All in good time. It's not like the assassin's going anywhere. For now, we should see about getting you better accommodations here.
What are you on about? I thought I was getting out.
I'm afraid you won't be leaving for a while, thanks to Benjamin Talmadge. He's been running his mouth, saying all sorts of things. You're being investigated for plotting to assassinate George Washington.
What a bunch of bollocks. I thought you was gonna handle that.
We'll discuss this elsewhere.
That look of Charles. If it doesn't scream evil bastard, then I don't know what does. Got a lot of idiots get in the way of defeating an enemy. Splinter Cell Blacklist, something similar happens. Or does it rot? Yeah, if only these guards would have listened to Connor. But yeah. Saver G Money, welcome, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the voice acting as you feel is quite good, like from pretty much everybody. Also like the different accents that you have. Yeah, Bastardo, it's your style. Right, we are fighting the Pox. The 2nd North Carolina Regiment is marching to join forces with General Washington. Very few of them have been exposed to smallpox and risk of an outbreak is high. Meet the column in Alexandria and provide them with inoculations. Okay, you guys do that. And the other dude, I don't know. Don't really have a mission for him, do we? %. Maybe in Quebec. There's a mission in Quebec we could do. The Declaration. Read the Declaration of Independence to any and all who wish to hear it. Yes. Rather than Revelations, the tree has better faces than this. I don't know. I guess in some cutscenes, yeah. But I feel like in dedicated cutscenes, the facial expressions are quite nice. Is it to blow it up? Well, we did kind of strike against Quebec when it was under Templar control, I guess.
I think I would rather hold it in.
It still is. Yeah, the Templars have been writing Odyssey and Syndicate. That's why I don't have hoods and cutscenes. Because it's Templar games.
Pick that up and I'll have you tossed in the pit!
Yeah, so apparently for Unity they did go for French accents first. But when they actually did the recording, they kind of figured it sounded too, I don't know, like you couldn't really take it serious. So they went on purpose for a British accent to make it, you know, sound like you can take it more serious. Which is ironic because, you know, Ubisoft is a French company. But yeah, it was like on purpose.
Quiet in there! I'm telling you, he's planning to escape. We should get in on it.
Yeah? And what makes you think that?
Caught him carving something in the yard. Slipped it in his pocket real quick when he saw me. Looked like a key.
Probably just a shiv.
Nah, Mason ain't a fighter. Always talking and tricking his way out of trouble. Weasel Weems, they call him. Sticky bastard.
Come on, Finch. He's not so bad. Even taught me some letters once. Gonna write a note to my lady.
Ha! What for? You think that whore's out there pining for you? Saving herself for when you get out? Huh? No
Where is
doubt
Charles
she's already
Lee?
moved on to the next fella, and the fella after him.
You shut your mouth before I shut it for you.
Easy now. Was just a joke.
Yeah? Well, it wasn't very funny.
Cesare, right. Yeah, one of the voice actors. Excited to play Unity after you beat Rogue. Been playing AC3 Black Flag and Rogue for the past 7 months. Ah, nice even. It's kind of cool playing Rogue before Unity, given that they kind of like flow into each other. But you catch me later, dude. You keep going a Viking for a bit. Sounds good, Morrow. I hope you have a great time with AC Valhalla. I should catch you later for some of that, if you're still streaming. And yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Morrow yet, and also the Animus project, then definitely make sure to do so. He's gonna be playing some Valhalla over there on that channel. And yeah, gonna continue his playthrough there. So you have a good time, Morrow, and I'm gonna catch you next time. And cheers for the shout out to the Animus project as well, Rod. I appreciate it, dude.
I said knock it off! Get up!
Where are we going?
Stay out of trouble or you'll wind up in the pit. What are you looking at, half-breed? You not understand English, that it? Do I need to know?
Also, Jusian, thank you for follow as well.
I should try and find this Weems fellow. If he intends to escape, perhaps he can help me.
Oh, sorry guys, but I'm muted for a sec because my sis is using the vacuum cleaner.
Mason Weems?
Could be.
I need your help.
Oh?
They say you know a way out of here.
They say a lot of things.
I do not have time for games.
A shame, as I was hoping you might play one with me.
Fine.
Are you familiar with the rules?
Yeah, Rogue is shorter than you would expect even. Like only 6 sequences plus kind of a one that takes you to another location. So yeah, it's definitely shorter than other games in the series. Unity parkour looks unreal. Yeah, Unity is such a great parkour system. I love how fluid it feels like.
Seeing as you already know mine, what's your name?
Connor.
Pleased to meet you, Connor. Well played. So, what brings you to Bridewell?
Treachery. I have been falsely accused.
Of course you have.
You do not believe me?
Why should I? You've the look of a brute.
You misjudge. I'm an honest man.
Okay, we can get rid of one of his dudes. How about this one?
And yet, also a man imprisoned.
You left it open.
Tell me how you found yourself in this place.
It is a private matter.
As is what you ask of me.
Playing at the launch PS4 in 2021. So how is it for you, Ethan? Does it look good on the base PS4? Yeah, there are so many different types of, I guess, professions or backgrounds to the protagonists now. At the beginning of the series it was always about like being an assassin, but then the focus shifted a bit away from the assassins to like being one of the organizations or parties, I guess. Oh, you haven't started yet. Sorry, my bad.
Prevent a murder.
Oh! Anyone I know?
George Washington.
The others put you up to this, didn't they? Thought it might be fun to have another laugh at Mason's expense. Fools, a lot of them. To make light of something like this. George Washington is brave beyond measure, loyal like a brother, peerless in character, and unshakable in his convictions. That man is our Jupiter Conservator, destined to lead us not just to freedom, but greatness. Anyone who says otherwise is either a simpleton or a traitor.
Then you understand why I need to get out of here. If I don't help him, he is going to die.
You're serious, aren't you? Very well. But it's going to take some doing. See, everything hinges on the key I forged. That lout Finch stole it. Took me 3 months to make the thing, too. You need to get it back, or we're not going anywhere.
Consider it done.
Yeah, this game has 2 DLC. One is the betrayal of what's his name again? Like there's like one small set of missions regarding somebody who betrayed Washington. And then there's also like a dedicated DLC called The Tyranny of George Washington, which is basically an alternative scenario where George Washington has the Apple of Eden and gets corrupted by having it. But it's not actually happening with within the law. I'm Bike of Siwa. Yeah, I like how often he says that in the game. Yes, indeed, Valhalla got a new update. There's some really cool stuff now. Transmog system, RTE outfit, your starter festival. So some cool new stuff. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure if I still want to do the Tyranny of King Washington DLC, because it's not actually happening. But on the other side, I kind of want to do all the content that AC has. How long is Valhalla? You've been running because you've been seeing playthroughs on YouTube that are about 81 hour part videos. Yeah, I mean 80 hours, that definitely sounds accurate. I mean even more than that, to be honest. Like, I ended my playthrough of Completionist with Valhalla after 170 hours. Doing pretty much, you know, everything. Except for all the small world locations. So yeah, it's a long game. But, you know, you don't have to do all of that. You can also just focus on the main story and finish it in 80 hours, I guess. Right, the Benedict Arnold missions, that's how they're called. Well, I'm definitely gonna do those because they're canon. Oh, I gotta say, like, the DLC content for AC3 is not my favorite. Like, both the Benedict Arnold and the Tyranny. Yes, it is longer than Odyssey. 100%. But to me it didn't feel as long, to be honest. Like, to me Odyssey felt longer because there's like more repetition in the game activities. Yeah, I mean, Witcher 3, if you do like offer content, I feel like it could be as long as Valhalla, to be honest. Like, Witcher 3 can be a huge game, depending, you know, how much time you take and how much stuff you're willing to do. Not sure about Persona, haven't played that game yet. That's true as well, Rod. Yeah, I think in Valhalla it's very easy to kind of like stay with a level. It is, you know, kind of like expected of you to have, I guess. You played Nightmare Mode on Odyssey? Yeah, I did that on my first playthrough of Odyssey, I think. But truth be told, I'm not the biggest fan of like how much health enemies tend to have in Odyssey, you know. I really like in Valhalla how, yeah, like sometimes there can be, you know, like huge bosses or like high health targets. But you can be like more tactical with like stun finishers and stuff. So that way you can like take out a lot of health very, very quickly.
This key is useless.
What are you looking at? You in the market for a husband?
like O'Connor didn't say anything to that. Yeah, Odyssey is very much about optimizing your build, I feel. And to be fair, like, once you actually get like a really good build, you know, it can, like, combat and stealth can be fun. But you first kind of have to get to that point, I guess, where your build is like super efficient. Otherwise it's just like endless fighting and high health enemies that take like ages to get down.
Your key is useless.
What do you mean?
It did not fit the lock.
It's not meant to.
You forged a key that does not work.
Well, that all depends on what you mean by work. It'll get us out of here. Just not the way you expected.
Then how?
You're going to use it to get the real key off the Warden. You have to swap yours for his.
Why not just have me take the real key? Why all this extra work?
He might notice if it went missing. This way, he'll be none the wiser.
And when he tries to use it?
He won't. That's why we're targeting him.
How do I reach the Warden?
Yes. This next part, you may not like.
Oh, as if I've liked the others. Out with it.
You need to pick a fight.
What?
Pick a fight, and they'll throw you in the pit.
And how in the world does this help us?
The Warden oversees the pit. Getting sent there is the only way to reach him.
I'll give you credit. You've given this plan to risk my life a great deal of thought.
Take down as many as you can. 1 or 2 will only serve to entertain the guards. You need to make them angry. We all have our part to play. Try not to die.
You have the Wonder Woman build. Yeah, it's kind of cool how you can have like a build or, you know, like outfit that looks like that. Kind of fitting to Cassandra in a way. But as if I like the others, love that line from Connor showing him that he has a sarcastic side. Oh, definitely, dude. Yeah, one of those moments where you get, you know, to experience another side of him as well. Kill everyone in the name of Shardsley. Oh, we're definitely gonna start a fight with everyone.
Are we done with this pissing contest?
Fancy yourself a troublemaker, eh? Some time in the pits to cool your blood.
Oh, so much to that.
Look at all of you, pathetic, dirty wretches. You're not but swine, suckling at the teats of civilization. Thieves and scoundrels all. And do you acknowledge this? Do you repent and beg forgiveness? No. You elect instead to commit new and more terrible crimes inside what should be a place of rehabilitation.
I think that's a Pegleg dude, actually.
You bide your time, awaiting the day of release, that you might corrupt anew. The worst part is that the good people of New York are forced, quite literally, to pay for your crimes.
Like the voice actor that...
Where do you think the money for this prison came from? For your outfits? Our wages? Resources wasted because you refuse to contribute to society. You would rather dwell at its margins, living off the hard work of others. We'd be doing everyone a favor if we simply put you all down. Then our money might be spent on more productive things.
And hey, Upsy? Yes, indeed.
But it seems our current leaders lack the courage to accept this truth.
This is Connor.
That you might leech a while longer. And if a few of you might die or go missing, who will notice? Who will care? And why should they? You are wasted on the world.
I kind of like to listen to when people say stuff.
The time fast approaches when such weakness will no longer be tolerated. And what a joyous day that will be. Look at all of you, pathetic, dirty wretches.
Right now he's repeating himself. Do I've listened to everything? Yeah, AC3 is great. I love so much about it. Like the modern day is fantastic. The soundtrack, the side activities for Homestead, Nevo, and Brotherhood. The way they kind of tried to make the world seem immersive and like more realistic. You know, you have like the seasons and the wildlife.
Need to take care not to raise the alarm.
Yeah, so many great things about it.
You'll find Hickey through that door. It's where they keep the important prisoners. Nicer rooms, more space, those sorts of things. It seems even in prison, who you know makes all the difference.
Thank you, Mason, for everything. I will find a way to repay the favor when my work here is finished.
Ah, this is tricky. There's a lot of guards here. Ah, really, Rod. It's a shame, dude. Especially if you voiced like multiple characters.
Not what you was expecting, am I right?
What have we here? I thought we'd finished off your kind.
You would like that, wouldn't you? To rid the world of all who do not share your views.
Guilty as charged. Your meddling in the revolution has caused us no small measure of grief. It cannot continue. Our work is too important. But what would you know beyond all the lies Achilles feeds you and the tales you tell yourself?
I know that the people wish to be free, and that men like Washington fight to make it so.
Please, the man is weak. He stumbles and stammers through each engagement, making it all up as he goes along. His pedigree is pathetic, his military record even more so. I could go on, but we'd be here for days, so manifold are his faults, so deficient are his merits. He must be dealt with. You as well. I will abide no more flies in the ointment.
Here's how it's gonna work. First we bind you and bring you to your cell. Then tomorrow, you go before the court, accused of plotting to kill good old Georgie. Maybe we could pin the murder of the warden on you too. You did kill him after all. And who wouldn't take the word of Charlie over here? Once that's all squared away, well then.
All those years ago, the child in the forest was you.
I
I said I would find you.
And so you have. But not quite as you had expected, am I right? You know, all of this might have been avoided had you only done what I asked. But what's done is done.
Man, what a sad moment. You know, it kind of gets like sort of the same way he got assaulted as a kid, so it's kind of like reliving his trauma, you know, again. Yeah, exactly right.
Up! Up with you! I said get up! Walk!
I'm more concerned about Chad's beard or mustache. It goes way too long over his mouth. He must be like eating his hairs when he's like eating stuff. Yeah, apparently Chadsley actually stank, like historically proven. Because he was like surrounded with dogs and they didn't have the best hygiene apparently. Yet he loved his dogs. Also have a demise. Welcome, mate. Good day to you. And how's it going? All things.
Hello, Connor. Didn't think I'd miss your going away party, did ya? I hear Washington himself is going to be in attendance. Hope nothing bad happens to him.
You said there'd be a trial.
Oh, no trial for traitors, I'm afraid. Lee and Haytham sorted that. It's straight to the gallows for you.
I will not die today. The same cannot be said for you.
That's enough! Keep moving!
Yeah, me too, Rod. It's kind of cool seeing the Brotherhood work in the background for you. There's George Washington. I can hear the first hidden blade. That's good to hear, Demise. Glad you're doing good. And yeah, it's going quite well. I mean, except for Connor, you know, being imprisoned and going to be executed. But other than that, it's going good.
You are not alone. Only give a cry when you need us.
Forget about me. You need to stop Hickey. He's...
Up you go. Don't want to be late now, do we? You just had to be an hero, didn't you? You and Georgie both. Now you see what it gets you. A pine box and little else.
Brothers, sisters, fellow patriots. Several days ago, we learned of a scheme so vile, so dastardly, that even repeating it now disturbs my being. The man
Where is
before
Charles
you
Lee?
plotted to murder our much-beloved general. Indeed, what darkness or madness moved him, none can say, and he himself offers no defense, shows no remorse. And though we have begged and pleaded with him to share what he knows, he maintains a deadly silence. If the man will not explain himself, if he will not confess and atone, what other option do we have but this? He sought to send us into the arms of the enemy. And thus we are compelled by justice to send him from this world. May God have mercy on your soul.
Need to stop, Hickey. Go!
Uhtred, how hilarious would that be?
Damn it.
Requiescat in pace.
Thought I'd at least live to see another day. Shame.
I want answers. Why did Johnson try and buy my people's land? Why was Pitcairn targeting Adams and Hancock? What purpose would Washington's murder have served? Why does your order support the British?
How should I know? The Templars, Lee, the big man, Haytham, they has the money. They has the power. That's the reason I threw in with them. That's the only reason. Sure, they have some sort of vision for the future, too. I didn't give a damn about any of that. They can sing their songs about mankind and its troubles. They can make their plans and spring their traps. Don't bother me none. They paid me, so I said yes. Didn't bother to ask who, or how, or why. Didn't care.
You chose to side with men who would rob us of our humanity simply because it was more profitable?
What else is there? I'm not some blind fool to give up all I've got on principle. What is principle anyway? Can you bring it to the bank? Don't look at me like that. We're different, you and I. You're just some blind fool who's always chasing butterflies. Whereas I'm the type of guy who likes to have a beer in one hand and a tea in the other. Thing is, boy, I can have what I seek. Had it even. Your hands will always be empty.
Ibekeskra, welcome.
At ease, man! At ease! I said, lower your goddamn guns! This man's a hero! Oh, the General can be so stubborn sometimes. Piffle, he said, when we warned him something like this would happen. Piffle!
Stop.
He wanted to kill the commander. Nearly killed you as well. He was a scoundrel.
But still a man.
You're nothing if not consistent.
Where is Washington? I need to speak with him.
Bundled off as soon as your execution went sideways. He's likely on his way back to Philadelphia by now.
And so am I.
Something wrong?
He is still in danger. Hickey did not act alone.
And yes, indeed, it is Remaster. He's going to miss his tear and biddies. It's kind of interesting dialogue, you know, showing how different Connor
what you've accomplished.
and Thomas are.
Is that a compliment?
Now, don't misconstrue. I'm sure the whole endeavor will end tragically. But to have come this far, well, it's more than I ever expected.
The people yearn for freedom but feared to grab hold of it. That fear is gone now.
Thanks to you.
No. This they did on their own.
You diminish your role. But you have always been of humble heart.
I do what is right. No more, no less.
You cannot tell him.
I have to. Otherwise, he will never be safe.
He is safer not knowing. By planting the seeds of doubt, you threaten to topple his entire endeavor. If Washington is paralyzed, Charles Lee will strike. You'll cause the very thing you aim to prevent. Hunt the Templars, as is your duty. But do not drag these men into it.
And for the support of this declaration,
Cheers, Rod. Thank you for choosing the outfit. I definitely choose it as soon as I can.
We must now all hang together.
Yes, we must indeed all hang together. Or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately.
You are once more our savior.
I must speak with the commander.
He's gone to try and hold New York. The British intend to take it. I fear we'll need to recall our men from Quebec as well. It's one thing to declare our independence. Now, my friend, we must make it so.
There we go. Declaration of Independence. Major moment in, history of the American states.
Everything all right? Sean has located a second power source. I've asked Rebecca to charter a flight for us.
Where to?
Brazil.
Oh, I guess it's gonna take a couple more minutes, Rod.
You there, Rebecca?
Bad reception. Can you hear me?
Well, glad to see that's working. Guess I'll try you back when I'm topside.
I love this mission. But yeah, the whole modern day missions in AC3 are just top notch. Really good way to finish in Desmond's storyline. Having him be like more active around the world, really. Yeah, I would love to have more modern day focus like this. Sure.
You copy now?
Loud and clear.
What's the plan?
According to our intel, the power source is being worn as a bracelet by some tycoon's trophy wife. We're working on pinpointing her location, but she's most likely inside a VIP booth on the stadium's upper level. I'll update you when I know more.
Now to find a ticket.
We don't have time to play nice. Steal someone else's.
Bit of a dick move, don't you think?
Well, I guess you could try and sneak past security instead.
Yeah, imagine if you had like an extra modern day open world, though it would be like smaller. And you could have like missions, around there. And like also main story missions that get like triggered at some point.
Gotta get in there, Desmond. Whatever you do it soon, please.
Done. But personally, I like optional objectives, but I can also see how a lot of people don't. 100%.
That doesn't look like normal security.
Because it isn't. Those are Abstergo agents. Cross is probably here too. You need to be careful.
Yeah, personally, I felt like it was kind of cool having more of an orientation as to how, you know, ancestors have like done certain things. So yeah, I quite like, you know, being able to figure out, okay, this ancestor did this in this mission. But yeah, as Rod says, I think it's good for optional, you know, so don't force it on people.
Hide! Blend or do something! That's Sturgo agents. Don't let them see you.
What? Well, we got to take the quick there.
That doesn't look like normal security.
Because it isn't. Those are Abstergo agents. Cross is probably here too. You need to be careful. Your target's definitely in the VIP area. The entrance is at the end of this concourse. Look out!
Are you kidding me? I was blended in with these dudes. Ah, crikey. I usually don't even have to replay this mission most of the time. But yeah, somehow I'm struggling. Then the cross descendant of Nikolai Orodov. Yeah, dude. I've read the comic with Nikolai. And also quite enjoyed the backstory with, you know, Daniel. As like how he got recruited.
Look like normal security.
Because it isn't.
Or like programmed by Abstergo, I guess.
Cross is probably here too. You need to be careful.
It's kind of screwed up, but it's an interesting story. Yeah, really did.
Você viu este homem? Chame a segurança imediatamente se o vir.
Target's definitely in the VIP area. The entrance is at the end of this concourse.
Segurança! O que é isso?
I'm getting like so super fast detected. I don't know. Maybe I just have to walk instead. But I thought I could at least, you know, run to the bathroom real quick. Kind of annoying.
That doesn't look like normal security.
Because it isn't. Those are Abstergo agents. Cross is probably here too. You need to be careful.
Você viu este homem? Chame a segurança imediatamente se o vir.
Your target's definitely in the VIP area. The entrance is at the end of this concourse.
Estamos procurando este homem. Se ver algo suspeito, fale com a gente imediatamente.
Great. They've set up a checkpoint.
Segurança! O que é isso?
Stick close to the crowd and you should be okay. Or look for a way around it.
Ele está aqui!
Seriously, what is the deal with stadiums and piss troughs? It's disgusting. And who thought they were a good idea?
Troughs are time and cost efficient.
I don't even see a stall in here. What if I have to take a dump?
Yeah, please just mute the microphone if you do.
Yeah, no kidding.
Looks like I'm close. Shit! Another checkpoint.
You're gonna have to find another way around. Security's too tight.
Se não me deixar entrar, vou perder emprego.
Temos que verificar sua identidade.
Watch your back, they're on to you.
Como assim? Trabalho aqui há 15 anos e nunca vi nada como isso. Quem vocês pensam que estão?
Sugiro abaixar.
Olha, aconteceu, só isso. A gente não queria que acontecesse. Só aconteceu. Sinto muito.
Sente muito? Ela é minha irmã, cara! A porra da minha irmãzinha!
Almost there, Desmond. She's just on the other side of the stadium.
Other side?
Yeah, social stuff is very important in this mission. Doesn't really show you, you know, that you blended in. Which actually makes sense because you're not in the enemies, right? That's why I also don't have any hard elements like minimap or something like that.
Use the catwalks to get across. Close now. The power source should be in one of the rooms up here.
Yeah, the way he threw the gun was like, well, no magazine. Guess I just throw it.
Okay, head for the metro. I'll hold the train for you.
And do drop, it really is. Makes you want to have Lorne Bath back to like modern day music. Ouch.
We can get back to Connor whenever you're ready, Desmond. Unless you want to plug in the power source first. Up to you.
Okay, let's go and talk to everybody first. Can't talk to William.
So, what's the latest? Learn anything interesting while you were exploring?
They were working on some weird stuff towards the end. Trying to engineer new bodies and store their minds inside computers.
Failure after failure. It must have been hard for them.
I worry about it too. I mean, they say there's something in here that'll help us, but what is it? Why is it locked up if it's exactly what we need?
I don't know. Maybe it's dangerous. Maybe they wanted to make sure only you could reach it.
That's the other question. What makes me so special?
I guess we'll know once we open the door.
Yes, we will.
Hey, I hope it's not uncomfortable for me to ask, but what happened with Lucy?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
No, it's fine. I really don't know. I was talking to my dad about it. It's hard to say. I mean, Juno definitely took control, but I think I agreed to it on some level. I think I let her in. No. That's not right. It wasn't her. Not exactly. It was more like a program. Does that sound weird? It showed me things.
What'd you see?
That if I didn't stop Lucy, Abstergo would get the apple, and we'd all be dead.
I still don't understand why she turned on us.
I'm sure she thought she was doing the right thing.
Yeah, she did. Lucy thought that the Templars have a more realistic chance of stopping, you know, the potential apocalypse. And that's like one of the reasons why she ended up helping them. But Lucy also got majorly, you know, manipulated by the Templars as well. Like, for instance, Vidic ordered his men to assault Lucy. And then Vidic appeared and basically was like the savior to her. You know, kind of like giving her the feeling that she owes his life to him. So she got manipulated in having a loyalty towards Vidic. And then another thing was that she was studying at the university and no one was willing to hire her because the Templars willingly sabotaged her career. And then the only chance opportunity she had was basically sign up for the Templars or Abstergo. Because nobody else was actually willing to give her, you know, or to hire her. So yeah, she definitely got manipulated by the Templars hard. Just showcasing, you know, if the Templars want something, they can, you know, very well get it most of the time.
I gotta get back to work. You might want to do the same. Sorry, Desmond. A little busy right now.
Yeah, Avon as well. He got majorly manipulated at such a young age as well.
Oh, unbelievable.
What's up?
Your politicians are constantly referencing the Founding Fathers and insisting they must have been in support of one thing or another. I have never seen such a blatant disregard for history.
That's just typical political propaganda.
It's also dishonest and delusional. How can anyone claim to know what these people wanted based off scraps of paper and wishful thinking?
They're looking for intent. What these men envision for our country and its future.
Idealistic and unlikely. I don't think most of your presidents and senators and judges care what the founders thought. They just want to know how they can bend old words to achieve modern goals. Who cares if they were deists or theists or wanted a central bank? Why do people need the validation? What should matter is what you, as an individual, believe, and why you believe it. What, are we so insecure that we have to find 18th century letters to validate our beliefs? Oh, look, Mum, a dead man agreed with me. Maybe. If you transpose the letters in his shopping list, you can plainly see he was on my side.
Jesus, Sean. It's a cynical way to look at it.
Doesn't make it less true.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is true. But on the other side, I think it's only natural, you know, that people try to learn from, like, history. And, you know, if they kind of, like, are convinced of one thing, they maybe try to find things that kind of, like, confirm, you know, your belief throughout history. I mean, isn't that what basically the assassins also do in a way, you know? But it doesn't make, you know, what Sean said any less true that some people need, like, validation from, you know, people that may have been important to be able to actually defend their belief, you know, which shouldn't be the case, I guess. It shouldn't be important to your standpoint.
I keep trying to understand how men like Washington and Jefferson could dedicate their lives to the pursuit of liberty and equality, yet have no problem owning slaves. It's hypocritical in the extreme, and your history books make only passing mention of the subject, as if it were of little consequence.
They had a war to win. Country's future to secure. How could they deal with all these issues at the same time?
Spoken like a true apologist. We hear it today, too, that matters of civil rights and equality must wait. There are conflicts to settle, economies to salvage. What do any of these things matter if the people are not free and equal? All of them. I wish there was a way for us to share what we learn from the Animus with others. Imagine being able to accurately answer questions about the past, or experience lost civilizations.
But how would you cite it? We can't just reveal the machine's existence to the world.
Why not?
Desmond's right. It would be dangerous. And we still haven't found a way to manage the bleeding effect.
Maybe when we're done saving the world, we can look into it.
Even if we do manage to stave off the apocalypse, it's not like the Templars are simply going to disappear. I suspect our fight will continue long after this latest battle is finished.
It's kind of interesting because, in a way, you know, after AC3, the Animus is going to be more widely accessible to the world. You know, for example, the Helix being like a product by Abstergo that people can have, in a way, is like an Animus, because it allows people from all over the world to relive certain parts of history that they have edited together. So yeah, in a way, the Animus becomes, you know, widely accessible to more people.
Oh, look at the time. Oh, doesn't time fly? Look, I think it's best we get you back in the Animus,
Yeah, it's really interesting how Abstergo is like taking memories, then they edit them towards, you know, what they believe should have happened, or they want to manipulate, you know, people thinking that that's what happened. Like AC Liberation, which is gonna be the next game after AC3, was is basically a product by Abstergo Entertainment that you know, makes Evelyn like be in favor of the Templars and stuff like this, even though it never happened. But yeah, you can figure out the truth though, and figure out what actually happened by hacking the memories.
Come on, chop chop. We need to find that key, Desmond. It's not going to happen with you out here, is it?
Alright, let's go ahead and have a look into the laptop. Of memories of Shaver fabricated as an advanced training exercise for Berserk operatives to see if they can tell whether memory is real or fabricated. That's your wish anyway. Yeah, dude, I wish it was true. Unfortunately, in the lore or how they set up the modern day, it's kind of like similar to Edward. So you experience the raw memories, which are unedited. But yeah, I wish it was true, dude. I really wish. Because there's so many issues within Rogue. Yeah. Okay, so we have more emails. Rebecca Crane. Okay, we actually have read these emails. This one is nouveau. So this is from Juno, Murderers, to Desmond. My father was taken from me by human hands, the war they called it, for their freedom. They were not even meant to exist. You were not meant to exist. We conjured you, the mistake, an error that cost us the world. My father would sing to me as a child, soft songs of hope and love. His voice forever stilled when your British ancestors took up axe and club. Later turned your own works against us. You might have known what was to come and averted it. Had you not dragged us into war. This is your fault. So yeah, it's kind of interesting because it talks about the humans and how they were not meant to exist. But it also addresses Desmond as being like, you know, one of the hybrids essentially between humans and the Isus. And yeah, Juno apparently isn't a big fan of the humans and the hybrids. She's for Isu supremacy. And, you know, given that her father was taken by human hands, that, you know, only like made her hate humans more than she did before already. Sean Hastings, American Politics. You know, it's rather incredible the way your lunatic fringe tries to conjure the spirit of the founding fathers to support the various causes. And by incredible, I mean hilarious. They hold up slave owning, sexist, homophobes, as if that's some sort of ideal to which one should aspire. Oh, and in case you think I added that last bit for fun, as the sexism and slavery bits are already common knowledge, sodomy was a criminal offense in every one of the 13 colonies except for Georgia and Thomas Jefferson. Champion of personal liberty that he was. Advocated for the castration of homosexuals. Lovely fellows, these founding fathers of yours. And now there's that new bit of madness with people asking for the removal of textbook references for slave owning. And before you think to turn it back around and rightly point out that barbarism was inspired by English law, last I checked, two stupids don't make a smart. I thought the whole point of revolution was to break free of the old ways. And it certainly doesn't recommend your founders as the sort of persons one should aspire to become, unless you aspire to become a manipulative bigot. Lest you think I'm championing some sort of leftist agenda, I gladly shame the internet through guys who celebrate the Treaty of Tripoli as well. Shame on them for thinking it shows anything other than something taken straight out of a first grade guide to internal the first greatest guide to international relations. Its intent wasn't to prove America wasn't a Christian nation. They were saying they weren't going to reignite the Crusades. No, that would be delayed for a couple of centuries. Now, I don't believe the founding fathers wanted to establish a theocracy, and they probably did intend for the country to be welcoming of all religions, but this isn't proof of that. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that people might want to spend a little less time romanticizing and manipulating the past, better chance that, and a bit more time focusing on how to improve the future, better chance still. That's not to say there isn't plenty to be learned from looking back, because there is. It's just that most of these lessons wind up ignored or perverted these days. At best, it's disingenuous and unproductive. At worst and often, it's rather dangerous. Yeah, Sean's making some interesting points there, you know. About the founding fathers not really being what they
What is a fact?
represent in some people's eyes.
Immutable? Certain in its existence and only awaiting discovery? Or might it be changed? Here we learned the answer and thought that it might save us. They were used to command, to control, to own. But we soon discovered another use. When enough sat in thrall and were told to believe, their thoughts took on form. What was imagined became real. If 100 minds could wish away a wall or create a tree, what might 1,000 do? 10,000 more. Might we change the consensus and will the threat away? We resolved to send one into the sky where it might illuminate us all. Once placed, a sentence would be uttered. Make us safe. In this way, we would change the consensus. We would save the world. But it never came to be. We sent a dozen of them skyward, but there was no way to maintain control, to direct the beam, to enthrall the world, to speak the words. Though this was strange and dangerous, what we tried next was worse.
So this is really interesting, because basically what Juno says here is they use Piece of Eden to control humankind, right? And they could use Piece of Eden to have multiple minds controlled, to make them believe one thing actually happened or is true. And what they did is, you know, they sent multiple of these Pieces of Eden to the sky so they could control more people at the same time. But they weren't successful in that. People apparently had too much free will and they could resist against, you know, this type of control. Basically, Juno tried to stop the war, I think, between the humans and Isu as well, you know, because instead of fighting against the Isu, she wanted them to believe that they have to keep the Isu safe, essentially help them, you know, because while they had to deal with the potential end of the world, they also had to deal with, you know, the uprising of the humans as well. So with having to deal, or not having to deal with that anymore, would, you know, maybe give them more time to focus on preventing the catastrophe.
Our first instinct was to travel back, to change the past. But we could not find a way. But forward, we could look forward. And so here we sought to see beyond ourselves and know what was to come. First, we watched to learn if our work would succeed. But the answer was always the same. So we moved on to other things, but she remained. The one you call Minerva. In time, she too stopped looking, and instead began to speak. She called out across time, in the hopes that you might be saved. She hid messages where none might find them, save for you and those within this place.
Fascinating.
Tired of it. The cryptic warnings, the threats. Just tell us what you want!
But they are. We saw the Nephilim there. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. Imagine trying to explain all this to a 2-year-old, to a grasshopper. When they said the will of the gods was unknowable, they meant it. Literally.
I killed her, you know. I killed Lucy.
It was the apple, son. It was Juno.
I saw what she was. What would happen if I let her live? I could have stopped myself. I mean, there was a force there. But I didn't have to. I chose to.
Desmond.
Lucy was going to betray us and take the apple back to Abstergo. I saw the satellite launched. I saw them turn it on, and then... it failed. Whatever's on the other side of that door, it benefits Juno. We need to be careful.
Who are you? Dude, when I heard that in that particular game, Rod, was so interesting. And what's interesting about it is, you know, it being an Ezio quote, they actually casted not, you know, Ezio's voice actor for that part. Not if they use the one from AC2, but they actually did cast an Ezio sound-alike to do that voice acting. And to be honest, that's what kind of like made me think when I first heard it. You know, I was like, okay, I mean, it's what Ezio says, but it didn't actually sound like his voice actor, you know. But yeah, they did cast like a sound-alike for that specific line. Which, to be honest, I think was good, because it didn't make it as clear from the beginning, you know. But yeah, it's a great moment. And that's another great quote. Across darkness the horizon, you kind of like, you know, warn Desmond of, you know, how close the Templars actually are to him with Lucy.
The temple will tell me today.
No voice shot. So my plan is to play Tyranny of King Washington, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And once we have finished that, like our AC3 playthrough, we're gonna be playing Liberation. And then it's time to play Black Flag finally again.
I'm telling you, there's something down here.
Don't be daft.
I don't know, maybe they were sleeping or something and we woke them. Some kind of cryogenics? Or hibernation. I mean, how do we know what the hell they were doing down here?
They were working on a bunch of different solutions, but nothing worked. Just went from one to the next, and then... I don't know. They must have left at some point. After the end.
I wonder what the world would be like if they'd succeeded.
I'm more concerned about what it'll be like if we don't.
Salvation. They found a way. Too late for them. But not for you. Sealed. to protect it. Though now it bars your way. Find the key. The past will tell.
Another interesting moment, because it kind of showcases that Juno's only talking to Desmond here, right? Like Sean and Rebecca, they don't hear that. Yeah, except for Tyranny, dear C-Rod. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I still change my mind on that, but right now I think I'm going to do it. Also, Levi, what's up? How can I help you? Don't know for the life of you to understand how stealth assassination works. Okay, so are you playing on Xbox One controller? Or like Xbox controller, I guess? Or like any type of controller? Playing on PC? Like a mouse and keyboard? Oh, okay. It's been like years since I played on keyboard and mouse. Especially like AC1. I mean, basically what you have to do, right? You have to either target an enemy. I think you could do it with shift. I'm not sure. And you just gotta run next to somebody and press the attack button, having your hidden blade equipped. But you don't even have to lock the target, like that's not required. It just ensures that you assassinate exactly that one person. But yeah, just make sure you have your hidden blade equipped, right on the weapon wheel. And once you have it equipped, you just go to a target and then press the, you know, attack button. Right, Rod? So who are you trying to assassinate, Levi? And I mean, you have played the tutorial, right? So in the tutorial you kind of must have been using assassinations. But yeah, who is it you're trying to assassinate currently? I wonder. Maybe it's like a target you can't assassinate? I don't know. But yeah, can you control your weapon wheel? Like, do you have your hidden blade equipped? Stealth challenge. Ah, okay, so it's like an investigation. Okay, press 2 to equip it, I see. And you do know the attack button as well, right? Because yeah, that's basically only the things you have to do, like walk up to the enemy and assassinate them. The thing is, of course, you can't be seen like whatsoever, so I would recommend walking instead of like running to them, because it may get you detected too quickly. Does nothing? That's really weird. And I mean, you did assassinate other people before, right? You did by accident. Okay. So maybe that mission you're currently doing is just like bugged or something? Not sure, I can't say I have that happening to me personally, but what I would recommend doing is, you know, just like synchronize more viewpoints. Then just try to do like another investigation and see if that one works. But you don't have to do all the investigations to trigger an assassination. So maybe just try to do another one, try to come back to the one you just tried. Maybe, you know, that works. Alright, sounds good, Levi. Yeah, that's fair. If you're understandable. But I still hope you had fun playing the game.
I found a third power source.
Already?
It popped up in an earlier search, but I've only just managed to confirm it.
Where?
There's a museum in Cairo with one on display.
I guess Connor will have to wait.
No, you stay. We need to find that key, and time is running out. I'll make the trip.
What about Cross?
Everything's going to be fine. I'll be back soon.
Ready when you are, Desmond.
Winter approaches. The air is still and sharp with grim expectation. The others sense it too and go about their work with uncommon urgency. I would like to help them, but more pressing matters now demand my attention. The Templars have targeted George Washington directly, and will not rest until he is dead. I had hoped to shield him from this knowledge, but Thomas Hickey ended any hope I had of staying silent. And so I have resolved to share everything I know, of the Templars and their plots, of who I really am. Achilles finds fault in this, and we argue every day, but there is simply too much now at stake to maintain restraint.
Don't do this, Connor!
Then what would you propose we do? Sit and watch while the Templars take control? We are sworn to stop them, or have you forgotten?
Assassins are meant to be quiet, precise. We do not go announcing conspiracies from the rooftops to all who pass by.
Who are you to lecture anyone? You locked yourself away in this crumbling heap and gave up on the Brotherhood entirely. Since the day I arrived, you've done nothing but discourage me. And on the rare occasions you've chosen to help, you've done so little, you may as well have done nothing at all.
How dare you!
Then tell me, on whose watch did the Brotherhood falter? Whose inaction allowed the Templar Order to grow so large that it now controls an entire nation?
If I sought to dissuade you, it was because you knew nothing. If I was reluctant to contribute, it was because you were naive. 1,000 times you would have died and taken God knows how many with you. Let me tell you something, Connor. Life is not a fairy tale, and there are no happy endings.
No. Not when men like you are left in charge.
In your haste to save the world, boy, take care you don't destroy it. Ha!
Damn. Yeah, the parkour is great in AC1. Like, it was really revolutionary at the time as well, I think. And the combat can be tricky, I agree. Like, especially if like people will take you from behind, it's very difficult to counter. And also it will take a while until you unlock more combat moves as well. Like you get like more, the longer you play and the more assassination targets you take out. Like at the start you don't even have counter kill. And yeah, I agree, Rod, definitely. They both have good points. Yeah, that's just a good example of like, you know, the good writing that this game has. You know, having like an argument, but making both points be understandable. Not like, you know, making it like black and white. Ah, that's good to hear, Levy. And yeah, understandable. Like dying from 4 damage. Not the only one that happened to. It happens to me like pretty much every playthrough of like every AC game. But yeah. Thomas Paine was a political pamphleteer, originally from England. His book Common Sense was an argument for American independence and became one of the most popular books in American history, mainly because Americans thought it was a book about common sense, and at some level they knew they needed it. At the time, most of the literature about independence was written by lawyers and politicians, and the kind of self-importance fraught language that can only be understood by college graduates or written by me. However, Common Sense lived up to its title, was written in straightforward language, so basically anyone could understand its arguments, even people who couldn't read. The book was so popular, there were numerous public readings of the text, making it an early audiobook in many ways. Wasn't even a big drop, but IT was like that. Classic IT here. He doesn't take too much fall damage. Especially early on when you don't have, you know, many synchronization bars. While the book wasn't what convinced Congress of the value of independence, they already knew. It did cause a groundswell of popular support, and that was important because Congress needed the public on their side, and they needed to convince soldiers to fight for them. Common sense did both. I don't have any record of Connor actually meeting Payne, but I thought you would like to know about him as his works played such a crucial role in the revolution. Yes, I put this at the end so you would read the whole thing before finding that out. I can be a bastard that way. Thank you, Sean. Alexander Hamilton was one of George Washington's trusted advisors during the American Revolution and the first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. Hamilton was born in 1757 in the West Indies and was orphaned at the age of 11. However, his cleverness showed early and his employers pooled their money to send him to university. Either that, or they just wanted him out of the building. Hamilton moved to New York in 1773 and began attending King's College, later Columbia University, and by 1774 he was writing pro-rebel articles, not really in the spirit of attending some were named after the king, and by 1775 he joined the volunteer militia. Again, probably not exactly what the sponsors had in mind when they sent him there. Hamilton fought during the occupation of New York in 1776, and he was natural leader, and George Washington appointed him in aide-de-camp, a job he held for 5 years. However, Hamilton was eager to get back into battle, and in 1781 he commanded troops during the decisive victory at Yorktown. Hamilton became a member of the Congress for New York in 1788. He developed a particular fixation of the funding of the federal government, which at the time was, well, broke, as it wasn't allowed to demand any taxes from the member states. While that may sound wonderful when you're looking at your federal tax bill, it meant the government couldn't do things like pay the army, so just like getting paid. In 1787, Hamilton was named the first Secretary of the Treasury, where he fought for a strong federal government in heated opposition with Thomas Jefferson, who promoted states' rights. Hamilton was responsible for creating much of the foundation of the US fiscal policy, the details of which are probably important, but so indescribably boring I can barely be bothered even to finish the sentence. But I did, because I care. Sean, I'm gonna miss you. What a musical. Yeah, I have yet to check that out. I did listen a little bit into it though. Like, I went to certain parts of it and listened to him. Mason Locke Weems, later known as Parson Weems, was a one-time parish rector who became a traveling bookseller, writer, and editor. He's mostly famous for his biography of the life of George Washington, first published in 1800. He was briefly the rector of Mount Vernon Parish, meaning he counted George Washington as one of his parishioners. Are you didn't, Levy? Well, that's fair. It's also pretty long, isn't it? Like 2+ hours, I think. Weems was a colorful character and a bit of a rogue, always with some story to tell, most of them completely untrue or vastly exaggerated. It's from Weems' biography of Washington that we get the well-known story of young George bravely confessing that he chopped down his father's prized cherry tree. Weems writes that the story is too true to be doubted, but who knows whether the phrase "too true to be doubted" is too true to be doubted. Weems also went on to write biographies of Benjamin Franklin, Francis Marion, and William Penn, again prizing being entertaining over actual facts. They stood well, however, paving the way for tabloid newspaper everywhere. Like 2 hours and 20 minutes? Yeah, Yeah, that's quite long for soundtrack. Wait, there's more? How many other? An update for Thomas Hickey. History tells us that Thomas Hickey was hanged for sedition in front of 20,000 troops as an example. That's an interesting interpretation of events, but since New York didn't have stadium seating at the time, I doubt many of the soldiers had a great view of the execution. The important message for them was, don't be a traitor or you get hanged. Not the niceties of who was on the gibbet. So that's interesting because basically they put Connor in Thomas Hickey's shoes. Because Connor was to be executed for treason. But obviously he didn't. Okay, let's go ahead and uncheck this. And then we have a Declaration of Independence. You may or may not have heard of this one. This is a document in which the 13 colonies formally declared their independence from Britain Congress, voted to accept the declaration on July 4th, 1776, celebrated today as Independence Day in the United States. Contrary to popular belief, the document wasn't actually signed on July 4th. First signature weren't added until the declaration was formally transcribed sometime around the beginning of August. Others were added as the delegates arrived in Philadelphia. By some accounts, the final signature wasn't added until sometime in 1777. Lovaris Levy, I hope you enjoy your other game. And yeah, I will catch you next time. And thank you so much for being here, as always. The declaration with its statement that all men are created equal and that they had the right to live, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness became an inspiration for other revolutions that came after it, most notably the French Revolution, against the very government that supported the Americans in their bid for independence. Oops. So I'm not going to read this as well, given that we have read about the Declaration of Independence already. But yeah, that should be all of this. Cool. So I want to do something real quick, and let us go back to the homestead and finally change my outfit to New York, given that Rod redeemed this like an hour ago or something. I'm so sorry, Rod, that it took me this long, but I'm gonna go ahead and actually deactivate the command for the next hour, so it actually has a full duration. Okay, so we have outfits, and unfortunately the New York outfit still hasn't been unlocked. Well, in that case, Rod, I guess you can choose another outfit. So we still haven't unlocked New York, Baltimore, and... Wait, hold on. Boston should be unlocked, actually. Wait, maybe I have to go to New York and buy it there? Is that what I have to do? I think that's actually what we have to do. Hold on. Let me do this. That's it? Alright. So let's see if we can find a shop. Just go down here, give us your point. Right, so we have a shop right there. So I guess I could have bought the Boston outfit already, like a while ago. I have to buy all the outfits that are available to me actually, and then update the command.
So, what will you be needing?
Right, so we have outfits. And then we can buy the New York outfit. Actually buy all of them. Boston. Philadelphia. New York. Baltimore. Yeah. That's all the ones we can currently obtain. But we're gonna go for the New York outfit for now. This black outfit has red accents and was crafted by a New York tailor. Excellent stuff. I also want to check the economy, because we can buy some stuff here. We can get barley. Let me actually go ahead and deactivate the command real quick. For choosing the outfit, at least for the next hour. Right. And we can buy honey. Rye. We can buy catnip. Rosemary. And we can buy beaver pelts. Always good to have. Let's also get hare meat. Let's buy all of this, actually. Ox pelts, deer pelts. There we go. Then we can get iron ore. Lead ore. Limestone. Sand. And that's it. Time to craft. So we can craft the English flintlock pistol. The royal pistol. Then we can craft barrels. Good to use for crafting further. We can make flints. Glass bottles. Nails. And then I'm gonna craft spirits, I think. And ale. Let's also make some smoked elk meat. We can also make insect repellent. And yeah, that's it. Time to trade. So we're gonna sell spirits for sure. $70 minutes and 465. Sure, let's do this. The Milliners Wares. Trades with fair prices. Then we can sell some beaver pelts. Gonna send these to Hancock store number 5. And we can sell, let's see, insect repellent. Also to Hancock. Nice. Cool. But yeah guys, I haven't actually taken a break yet, so I think I want to do this now. But once I come back, we're at least gonna be online for another hour or so. And also gonna be using the outfit as well. Yeah, sorry about all the timings, Rod. But yeah, I'll be back in a few. And we're gonna be using the New York outfit a little bit. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. And I shall see you guys in a few.
Notice is hereby given in future. None. to see the new manufactory, lest they pay 1 shilling in lawful money.
Right, guys. Welcome back, guys. Thank you all for staying tuned. And yeah, we're back in New York with more of AC3. So let's have a look at the map. Kind of like see what we can do currently. We do have a homestead mission available, so that could be nice to do. How about we go ahead and do that first? I kind of like to catch up on all the homestead missions available.
Where is your leader?
You'll never get to him. He's surrounded by twice as many men, twice as tough as this lot.
Got a skin irritation remedy. This.
You have my everlasting gratitude, sir.
Oh, I like this. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back as well, Sandy. This time with your New York outfit.
You must be him. I've been waiting too long. I know who the traitors are, and they're bringing lists of the Patriot leaders around here to the Redcoats right now. Find a way to swap this fake list with the real ones, and the rebellion can fight on.
I see like turning every time I come close. Again. Back, dude. This dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, this dude is just bugged or something. Yeah, that's not normal. They don't just, you know, turn around every time you get like close to them.
Are you indeed of a first-rate rapier? Does your
now's my chance. I might. Just had to turn around again.
In today's New York Morning Post.
Finally. He's trying to break his programming. Yeah, he's trying to escape the Matrix or something. Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and port ourselves up here to stop the audio glitch from happening. Hey Veroni, welcome mate, and happy weekend to you as well.
How do I find your leader?
You don't. He moves his floating fortress around the harbor so nobody knows where he is.
I hope you're having a good one so far, Ronnie. Okay, time to port again, so we stop the audio glitch. You're having a good morning. You're about to go plan shopping for stuff in the garden. Maybe some new grapes. Oh, excellent, Ronnie. That's cool that you have your own garden. Yeah, planned shopping sounds really nice. Finished Valhalla last night, the order and all that. Ah, really nice, Ronnie. That's cool. Yeah, Violet kind of has like multiple endings in a way, I guess. Personally, I consider everything that kind of starts with the Norway arc in like Northern Norway be like the ending, I guess.
Rewards for any assistance in capturing this rogue.
Or kind of like part of the ending. But yeah, that's really good, Ronnie. I hope you enjoyed that part of the game. Dude, yeah. Yeah, the special weapons you can get are just so cool. Did you also get the spear, Ronnie? You haven't had grapes for ages? Yeah, I've eaten more grapes since my sis moved in with me, Rod. Because it's like this one dish she does, which is like a pesto noodle chicken salad with grapes. And since that's like a staple in our kitchen, I've gotten to eat more grapes. But other than that, I don't eat them that often, to be honest. I gotcha, Ronnie. Yeah, if you need to hint as to where to look, feel free to ask me.
I know who the traitors are, and they're bringing lists of the Patriot leaders around here to the Redcoats right now. Find a way to swap this fake list with the real ones, and the rebellion can fight on.
No worries, Ronnie. Take care, dude, and happy planned shopping. And yeah, to be honest, when I first heard of that salad, Rod, I was kind of like, okay, I'm not sure how I like that, you know, like grapes, noodles, pesto, chicken. But dude, it became like one of my favorite dishes ever. It's a really delicious combo. And cheers for the shout out as well, Rod. I appreciate you doing that.
Assistance in capturing this rogue, or summary execution
Yeah, exactly. Like, usually I'm not the biggest fan of like savory and sweet. Or at least I wasn't, but that changed. Especially with like, you know, Asian kitchen as well. But yeah, that combo also works like surprisingly well.
You the one they sent? Where you been? Anyway, I know who the traitors are. They've got lists of all the Patriot leaders in the area. If they hand them over to the Redcoats, the rebellion is finished in this part of the city. You need to find a way to switch these fake ones for the real thing.
Oops. Didn't see anything. Kind of funny when they just turn around spontaneously. It's like, yeah, I would do the same if I walked down the street, you know? There we go.
Who commands you?
Never met the man. Don't even know his name. Cagey as they come. Paranoid and suspicious of everyone and everything. Please, don't kill me.
Hey Paripa. That's the voice, dude. How's it going? How are things? And it's going pretty good. Yeah, playing some AC3 today. We just arrived in New York not too long ago. And yeah, kind of getting started in this city.
Oh.
Welcome back, Levy. So, what did you play, Levy? Making Ketchup play Dust Force and thought you played again yourself. You forgot how hard the controls were. Oh. Sometimes funny, isn't it? When you like revisit the game and you completely forgot how it was. That's the voice shot. Thank you so much for being here, dude, and totally understandable. Given your time. I hope you have a good night and a good rest, dude. And also want to give you a shout out here. So yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Rod's channel yet, he's a huge fan of Assassin's Creed, playing AC Valhalla and AC2 on the weekend. He's also a big fan of other games like Rockstar games, playing Red Dead 2 and GTA 5 on a regular basis. But also playing Tomb Raider and the Batman games. So lots of great content to catch, and a very great dude to check out as well. So yeah, if you haven't, definitely do yourself a favor and check out Rod's channel. And you have a good night, Rod. We will catch you next time, and take care. That's the voice, dude. Always happy to give you a shout out. And yeah, until next time, dude.
Thank you.
I'm going to help you in a sec. Cutting ties.
Where is your mother?
Follow me.
I like how she's just rumbling everybody, even the soldiers.
bugger off!
Please!
Guess you want a beating!
I'm begging you to help me! Why won't you listen?
Leave.
That wasn't necessary. I can handle myself. When he returns, he'll try and give me twice the thrashing.
Why would you stay with such a man?
This is my house and business. It's my tailoring that paid for this place. I'll take his drunken buffoonery over leaving behind what I've built.
If I told you there was another place where you could live and work, free of him, would you consider it?
The catch?
No catch. Our village is growing and in need of all forms of trade. Just business and a new life.
I'll come and see if what you say is true.
Excellent. Got a tailor to the homestead. That's really good because now we can get like bigger pouches for smoke bombs and all that. But yeah, now that we have gotten this homestead mission done, I would actually like to go back to the homestead and see if there's like any missions available. Yeah, free. It's kind of funny, you do like one homestead mission and then it unlocks like another free or, you know, even more. But that's what I like about AC3, it's kind of like multi-layered, you know, the map. It's not like you open the map at the start of the game and everything you see will be all you have to do. It's more like one quest leads to another. And you often revisit places you have been to. Something I kind of had issues with the first time I played the game, to be honest. Or at least the first time I did like completionist. Because it wasn't really clear like how much you had left at all times. But I kind of like it. Took like 1 hour to understand how the map works in AC1. Yeah, the UI can definitely take some getting used to, for sure. But that's good that you understand it now. Well, that's what counts, Levy. Getting there. Okay, we have another mission in North Carolina. Outmatched at Wetz's Mow. An assassin ally of Fort Williams of the Patriot Army is in grave danger. Nathaniel Green has sent him to scout for Ben Astray Tarleton's dragoons. If he finds them, he will die. Get to Wetz's Mow as quickly as possible and protect William and his men. Let's do this. And we have another mission in Quebec, Reaping. Bring in the harvest at Basking Ridge. Yeah, there isn't too much jazz on the map in AC1 Levy. It's definitely, like, once you kind of get used to it, it's getting very clear. finding his flock.
Excuse me. Might I impose upon the kindness in your heart to give bed and board to a weary traveler?
Oh, traveler from where?
Across an ocean. London.
English!
Rest assured, I'm not the king's man. A great kindness. Bless you.
We work hard for what we have here, old man. What is it you do exactly?
I wish to provide God for those who seek his salvation, not spoon-feed his word to those who already have their own. An outlook not shared by the monarchy.
Lord knows some of us have things to confess.
Ollie and I have been missing our Sunday Mass.
I'd like Maria to read the Bible. I'm sure if we all pitched in, we could build a church. If you'd be our pastor. Connor?
Welcome, Minister...
Father Timothy.
Oh, that went quick. Also, Clipper was successful. Let's do another quest up here. Burying the dead. Casualties from both sides of the conflict are being left dead on the field during retreats. Collect the dead and give them proper burials. Right, I guess it's time to build a church.
Stars are coming out. Bless. Good evening, Connor.
Father Timothy will offer moral guidance to all the homesteaders. Yeah, you gotta love being able to fast forward memories. One of the advantages of the Animus. You wanna build a church? Well, let's just fast forward a month or so. Listen, folks, I have one thing to tell you about God. He's our shepherd, and you are the sheep. You must follow whatever he says. Homestead mechanic better than Settlement in Valhalla. They all felt meaningful because they had their own side stories and missions. Yeah, I feel like the homestead missions definitely added a bit more character to some of the, or yeah, gave like more insight into the characters of Homestead, I guess. And while you do have missions with some of the guys in the settlement in Valhalla, I feel like it was a bit more intimate and in depth in AC3. But I still really like what they did with the Valhalla settlement. You know, like I like both, to be honest. But I definitely agree that AC3 did it in a really good way. Yeah, it's a bit windy in that church. I think they forgot to build, or to make it like shut, I guess. It's the wind coming through. Tools of a trade.
Connor!
Yeah.
I don't mean to be a bother, but I wanted to ask you something. When my cart went up in flames, I lost most of my tools. I've got some spares back at my shop in Boston, but as you know, I'm not really welcome around there. I thought if it wasn't too much trouble, you could help me retrieve them?
What would you have me do?
Watch my back while I gather them. Meet me in Boston at my old shop.
We do. We shall meet you in Boston. Silk errand.
Day, Connor. I left some bolts of fine silk in my old home. They are very valuable, but I don't think it wise I return there. Someone might wind up dead. I was hoping you could retrieve them for me if you had time.
I will. So we gotta go to Boston and New York.
Connor, you have a minute, my friend?
The proper tools.
Is it coming, Big Dave? You make any progress on the knife? I would like to give it to Miriam soon.
The steel Norris smelted is something else. I've rarely seen such fine metal. The trouble is my old tools aren't hard enough to work it. The ones I need aren't hard to find. A shop or two in New York sell them at a good price. I'd do it myself, but with the regulars after my head, I'll stay here safe and sound if I can.
I have matters to attend to in New York. I will see to it the next time I journey there.
Sounds good.
Maybe that happens when you build a church in 2 seconds. Yeah. If you build a church in 2 seconds, you may get a windy church.
Somebody, please help me!
Okay, to be honest, I kind of feel like a lot of these missions would be better done if it's not winter time. So kind of like after the sequence. But given that she needs help now, I'm gonna help her now. But I might do the rest of almost the missions of the sequence after the sequence once the weather has changed.
Thank the Lord!
Prudence, are you alright? What are you doing out here in the...
Yeah, let her wait until spring.
The baby's coming!
We need to get you to Dr. White.
No! I can't move! Take my horse! Bring him here! Go!
This is like Rod's favorite mission. Not. Because the horse mechanics are kind of wonky. Then you also have to make sure that you know, Warren and Dr. White kind of follow you accordingly, but they don't sometimes. A bit tricky.
Dr. White, come with me now.
What's wrong?
Prudence is in labor in the forest.
In the forest? What in bloody hell is she doing out there?
Does not matter.
We need to get Warren.
Now?
Yes!
Warren, are you here?
Over here. What's the trouble? Where is she?
Tell me how she seemed to you.
In great pain. She could not move herself.
Was she pale? Was there blood?
Not that I saw.
Might be we have some time.
We must hurry!
I think the trick is to not like sprint with the horse, but just like keep this pace. That makes it easier for the NPCs to follow you. But yeah, this also took me a couple of tries when I first did it.
Hello, Doctor. I think I can manage at the moment.
Is she alright, Doctor?
No, she's not all right. She's having a baby, and here, by the looks of it. Yes. Looks to be in fine health as well. Has a good set of lungs on him. No, I don't mean to rush you, but we need to get both you and... Does he have a name yet?
Hunter.
Hunter. Name. Gonna name her second son Gavra. The most American name. Oh, with him good. Putin's got her child. It's actually really cool story, you know, with that, these two kind of like having a really hard life. Being like punished by the British soldiers and all that. And then Connor kind of like gives them a place to stay, and you know, they even give a chance to have a child. Which I thought was impossible for the longest time. But yeah, if it wasn't for Connor, you know, kind of like giving them a place to live and feel safe, then that might never have happened. Also look at that snowman if it works. It's kinda cool. There's another one that's finished building. Yeah, Connor's such a great dude, and you really notice it in the homestead missions, you know, how much he cares for all these people. And it doesn't matter where they come from or what they did in the past, you know. They'll get a chance to live free and in safety. Yeah, people hate him because he's not as charismatic as Ezio. Or as charming. Or that he's, you know, angry with the ones that kind of like try to use him. It's totally not understandable. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna call it today for AC3. Since I still have to run a couple errands, we wanna go ahead and get everything for dinner bought and all that in for a weekend. So yeah, this is where we're gonna call it for today. But everyone can be Ezio. Also, if you think Ezio's a little bit annoying at times. Yeah, I mean, Ezio's not a perfect character, you know, by any means. He's a pretty great character, and I love him. But, you know, not every character has to be like him. It's good that Connor is vastly different to him, personality-wise. You know, how horrible would it be if you had like AC games set in different times, and then they would all be like the same person, just like as a different name? It would be like incredibly boring. You have like the same protagonist every time, or same type of protagonist.
What is it? I was just thinking.
Ah, look at this. The snowman that the kid was working on is actually finished now.
After all that, it'll be long past.
That's another great detail, you know, how they kind of like showcase that things actually get built in game. Like, you know, these guys, they actually pick up actual wood, and it actually gets less, as you can see. It's not like you pick it up out of nowhere or something. There's lots of great details in this game.
What now?
I'm thirsty.
Well, have a drink.
Good plan.
But now, I'm thirsty. Or have a drink. Good plan.
Is there enough for me?
Of course. Have a bellyful.
Alright. But yeah guys, this should do it for today, so let's go ahead and quit here. And yeah, and that shall be it. Thank you all so much for coming by and joining Very much appreciate all the support we had today. Cheers, Levy. Thank you for being here and joining. Also want to say thanks to Jusian and G-Money for following. As well as Danny Mora and T-Base for resubbing earlier as well. Also Meme Overlord, thank you also for following as well earlier. And yeah, everybody else for being here, lurking, chatting, you know, just watching. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, I think we're gonna send everybody over to the Animus project, because Morrow's currently playing some AC Valhalla over there. And yeah, he hasn't been streaming in a while, so I would like to support him and see how he's doing today. So yeah, I shall see you guys next time. Take care and yeah, stay safe.